let me go on here and talk shit for a second, cause
Why not?
It's working.
We actually have a new way to start the stream up. So let's do that real quick.
Well, then I have to go to stream.
Okay,
So
I'll
I
wait
can
for you
watch
to go.
it and maybe cry.
No, it's not that good.
Okay.
Boo.
Not yet. That's
So
coming.
the second you have any form of an animated intro, I'm gonna cry.
It's not an animated intro. It's just a little teaser for starting. All right. I'm gonna do it right now. 3, 2, 1. Doing it right now.
In the Twitch delay. Ooh.
It was also my way of making the intro music fade out like I wanted it to. I couldn't just make the intro music fade out. I had to go extra with it all.
You had to make the sword do a swang. A
The sword did the
swang-a-lang.
swang-a-lang. It did. And then a little bit of the blood spatter.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, so I'm going to chat only mode because Wi-Fi is trash here.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see it. I will watch it in the VOD.
Everybody has sound?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. It looks like the mic's bouncing when I talk. It looks like the mic's bouncing when you guys talk. I think that we're like live and proper here. Right in the
Except for your
right
phone,
direct.
your freaking thing's probably doing the auto gain adjustment. Cause screw you.
So no. So I actually downloaded the mic software now, so it's not doing that anymore. Thank you. So we should be good there too. Trevor, is someone got their music playing?
John, do.
What?
Is your music playing through your speakers or through your headphones, darling?
I'm hearing it through only my headphones.
Okay, never mind. I thought it was.
For a second, it sounded like it was, but then it's not, it might just be the sound I'm hearing too. I don't know. Either way, hi everybody. Welcome to episode 5 of Adventures from Amethil, parenthesis 2024 parenthesis. I didn't call it season 3 or anything this time, but yeah. Also, I don't know if Jay is in the chat or not, but I'm pretty sure. So I put a new Streamloots card up, like literally like 30 minutes ago, and it said Jay bought some packs. And as I was setting up the little blip in the top right hand corner to show that the packs were available, I watched the number change from 4 to 3. So I'm pretty sure that on first shot, Jay got one of the new cards, which will be interesting.
Good for Jay.
And then for you all's sake, I did get the loot tables updated. I subscribed for Divian. I got the loot tables updated to show crafting components. There's actually now an item of crafting components. And I did not forget the 12 that you guys were already owed. It is in your loot box. So the next time you guys get loot, the 12 crafting components will be in that. Yeah, and I mean that's pretty much the main notes that I had. Who be wanting to do the recap?
Not me.
I haven't had time to look into it.
I'll
here.
remember.
You guys are making me sad.
Go. I got it. I forgot to take notes for the ending though. So
No one knows the cliffhanger.
we start the session in the Temple of Sea Bluff, in front of Paladin Zahn. He introduces himself. Nell introduces all of us, and Nell explains to him the creature and everything that's been going on, and There's a little bit of back and forth with him asking questions about the creature, about the cult, stuff like that, the area, and we answered the best we could. And he takes our warning. We inform him that we need to go and tell the other factions and ask if we can use the portal. He doesn't have a problem with it, but he tells us that right now we are the portals. We're as north as we're gonna get using the portals, and if we go to Sandscale, it might be a little iffy if we're gonna be able to use it to return. Um, where is his name? But we, other than that, we have permission to use the portals. We just got to go and talk to Advisor Dulo if we want to leave. So we decided to head Durian first because Sandscale we may not be able to return, and we can't really go anywhere else north. So Paladin Zahn leaves the room that we're in. We hear a little bit of a commotion, go to check it out, and find Paladin Zahn holding this kid up in the air, scolding him for putting up posters in Sea Bluff about the opening of the church in Durian. Um, we he's we ask if Paladin Zahn wants us to take the kid back home, and Zahn kind of just tosses the kid at us. Kid's name is Timothy. He's here putting up posters for money. The church hired him to, so hired him and a bunch of others to put up posters around Amethil. So we agree that we're gonna take little Timothy round back to Durian. So we go talk to Advisor Tulo. Get he does this thing with the portal where he puts the medallion in, twists it, and it lights up. We all step through. Everyone's fine for the most part, except for Timothy and Thrain. Thrain got some old injury that sparked back up, and Timothy didn't really say much, but we can all tell that he's hurting as well.
He had some broken ribs.
Mm-hmm. So once we reach Durian, we get escorted out of the castle area where the portal's located and escort Timothy. We try to escort him back to his house, but he wants to make a pit stop at the church in Durian, and he runs off in there. We're not allowed to follow. Only people that are on official church business or are hired or something is able to enter. So we stay standing around for 30 minutes to an hour, do a quick walk in a circle around the place. Figured he probably skipped out in the back, so we would follow him around. And we end up going to check into our room instead. Waiting to hear back from what's his face. Josiah. I don't have these organized at all, but I can find them. So we're sitting there in the our rooms, and we decide that we need to go eat something. Um, Roderick makes the suggestion that Nell escorts us somewhere for the cheapest, greasiest food that we can get, and Nell knows exactly where to take us. We all head right out to Marion's Slop House. in the southwestern part of Durian. Usually like the rundown area, and everyone orders their food there. We all eat. Everyone gets like a stuffed croissant type thing for dessert. And when we make our way back to the room, we're informed by the person at the front desk that Josiah is not going to be able to speak with us, that we can write down a letter that would be delivered to him. So we go up into the room, we start writing down the letter while Desmond fixes up Nell's armor, and Roderick takes a nap. During his nap, he gets another vision, sees the similar light, and this time he walks into it. And when he walks into the light, he sees these demon devil looking things all fighting each other, and one of them rushes out to him. I think grabs him by the neck, and the figure that we've been seeing cuts off the creature's hand, grabs Roderick out of the light, and Roderick and this creature end up having a little talk. Roderick asks a bunch of questions, and we find out that this creature's name is Zendraxis, the Eternal Dark. He says that he is older than time himself. The mark that is on each of us is a blessing from this guy. It's the only reason we survived the encounter with
The Beadrill.
I was getting to it. Maybe. It's all color coded, but I don't memorize what each color means yet. So yeah, the Beadrill, Zendraxis is the reason that we survived that. Goes on explaining again how he has been trying to get this plan into fruition over hundreds of years. Again, this area that we keep getting pulled to in our vision is his prison, and he wants us to help him escape it, to reclaim the hells for himself, reclaim the crown. And he is opposing some hag countess that's trying to get the crown for herself, I guess. And if the hag gets this, the fucking the
fucking
I don't know where any of this stuff would be. The Aegis, whatever, would be broken, and the hells will merge with the world. Zendraxis just wants the crown, and he wants to stay in the hells. What else did Roderick ask? The gods aren't really going to help us out. Neither is Vardrak or any of them, because at this point, Vardrak has made himself the Jackal's champion. And if Vardrak is able to come down and help us, then that means a general will be able to oppose him. So it's basically up to us at the moment to handle this whole thing. I don't remember any other questions that were asked.
That was pretty much, you covered it, I think.
Uber.
Roderick's still I don't know if you know this or not, but you're saying these gods are insignificant. well, we're like ants to the gods, like we're even more insignificant. And the Zendraxis places a hand on Roderick. Roderick splits again or something and sees himself standing a lot more confident. Then they split back. Roderick wakes up and explains everything that he just seen to the party. And in the area where Zendraxis touched him, there are these runes, infernal, demonic runes that appeared on his chest like they were carved. Um, Thrain tried to heal them, got launched across the room. Desmond tried to copy him, and once he was done, set off a cloud of darkness in the room. We call Quillwise, explain this whole situation to him. Thrain landed on a chair, an expensive chair. He broke it. That was important. So after our talk with Quillwise, we come up with the plan that we are probably not going to take the portal to Sandscale, since we know that they are somewhat opposed to using it. We are not going to see the opening of the church because it's giving bad vibes to most of the party. So we are going to go visit Nell's mother, cook her a dinner, and probably leave first thing in the morning. So we grab our belongings, leave the keys at the front desk. Front desk person is like, I can't go wait to go sit in my chair. We dip out, and I think on the way to Nell's mother's, somehow Roderick looks down into a puddle and sees his reflection, and in the reflection it's that smug, more confident version of himself. I think that's where we ended.
It winked at him.
Oh yeah.
Ding.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sin. You get yourself inspiration for that.
I will use it.
No one's gonna end up
I
using
remember.
it. I know.
I used it last time.
All right. John. Adam. Give you guys a chance here. What's Nell's mother's name?
Nell Senior.
I did say her name a few times.
I'll take my inspiration now.
Big Nell.
Right.
Okay, apparently I didn't save any notes from last session, so unknown. I don't have anything.
Would it be
Stay
fair to
lesson.
give? I'm about to say, would it be fair to give Megan inspiration for knowing their mother's name? No killing the Megan. It's too early.
Right.
Damn it!
The
I thought I was
DM's
gonna get
job.
out of this.
Okay. So we will pick up tonight right there. So you all make it through the city, and you make it over through the Ashwalk district, which, as we described earlier, is sort of like an old mining town area. For anyone who has history of Durian, you would know that Durian was sort of built on a diamond mine, which is how the previous queen was able to remain looking youthful while being a lich. was through the magic and essentially needed to expend diamonds worth of components daily to be able to maintain it. So that's why the city was built where it was, which, if anybody was ever curious as to why the capital of Amethil, like a major city, wasn't around any water, wasn't around any like real natural resources, that's the reason why. And the plateau that the castle is built on top of is the top of the mine, actually, which they used to dig underneath it. That's long been since closed down, ever since Batsu took over as Baron for Durian. The mines have been closed. So in Nell's lifetime, they've probably not really been open, or if they were, maybe in like their infancy. But in any recent times, the mines haven't been open. But the Ashwalk district is still a reminder of when it was a mining district, and the homes are really close together, smaller, more working class. Yeah. So you all make your way through the district, make it to Nell's family home. Nell, go ahead and describe your mother for us, please.
Much like Nell, Taylessie is a Shadowmark elf. So she does have, going down her left arm, a large shadow mark. But overall, looks much like Nell. But there is some more fine lines around her eyes. She's in her 600s. And her eyes are brown. But mostly, if you saw them in the same room, you just go like, yeah, they're related.
Like, that's about right. So when you get there, do you knock on the door or anything, or do you just walk in? Like, what's your approach when you get to your house?
She does a knock. They do a knock, but they walk in, like, even if there wasn't an answer or before an answer would come, more alerting that it's happening than just busting in unexpected.
Okay. And does Nell have like a signature knock that like your mom knows it's you just based on how you do it?
I mean, maybe. I feel like everybody has their own knock pattern that's slightly different from each other. I don't know. Do people knock the same as each other in real life?
Well, not necessarily the knock the same, but like I have a certain knock when I go to my mom's house that like I don't know anybody else who does my specific knock. So
I'm gonna say no, I guess.
okay.
It's just like a click click, and then she unlocks the door and goes to walk in and calls out for her. Just, Mama?
Nell? I wasn't expecting you home.
She's just basically gonna get tackled with a hug.
It's like, oh, it's been months now, I feel.
It has been quite a few months at this point, yes, since I first started working with Shogun and then went off to go with the Eclipsean Order. Missed you greatly. These are my friends. This is Roderick, Thrain, and Desmond.
She like stops and she just sort of looks at Desmond.
Desmond will like one hand behind the back, bow. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Ombre Tashe.
That's interesting attire you have there, Desmond.
It's work related, ma'am.
He's from overseas.
I hope there's no concern in Durian with having a plague doctor here.
No, nothing like that.
He's also a member of the Eclipsean Order. We just happen to have had business here. And, well, we figured we'd stop by and have a visit, and then I'd like you to come with me back to Truden.
What? Why? 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 Is everything okay?
Not exactly. And I'm not exactly sure Durian's safe right now. I can't be certain, but I don't want to take any chances. Not with you. You're all I have, Ma.
Give me a persuasion roll with advantage.
Woo! Good thing that was with advantage because we don't like natty ones. No, we don't.
And I think the natty one was the first one too.
Mm-hmm.
She looks at you and she like is surveying the room and I'll get a bag. Are you going to be able to explain this on the way?
Yes, I can certainly do some explaining, but it's a bit complex.
She's doing an insight roll on you. And she can tell that you're not being fully forthcoming. She's like, there's
But-
something you're not telling me here.
But I was being forthcoming? I'm confused, Cliven. I said I would explain and that it was complex.
Okay.
How is that something that needs insight?
Because
It's true.
Sure. I'll keep that roll on the side then.
Okay.
So she goes off into her room and she's getting things together and she's just talking from the other room. Are you in some sort of trouble?
No, I'm safe. The other three are safe. It's just all of Amethil that might be in trouble.
You like hear
Or-
the movement stop for a second. You see her head like pop out of the doorway.
There's some fiendish trouble afoot, and some people are expediting the process. And I'm not sure I trust the church to be doing things with the best intentions of everyone else right now.
She pops back into the room and finishes packing up. Would you say that your mother would have any sort of trust herself in the church?
No. Considering Nell's dad actively fought to try to get Vardrock in charge because they believed that the old queen was not great and all that shit. They're actively very against the church.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And she's like, this city has wasted so much money on fixing up that old church and paying the local children to go to the other locations, other cities, and promote the opening of it.
Oh, it's absurd. We portaled in from Sea Bluff to get here. And we brought a child back with us who was posting posters in Sea Bluff. That's a pretty far walk. I'm sure they didn't portal him in. In fact, I know they didn't because he told us they didn't.
I believe it. The other night they were loading them up in wagons and driving off with carts full of them. So, I assume that
help
they're
it.
going out to all the towns in the surrounding area.
I'm assuming it's probably all major cities across the continent. Seems like they're trying to gather as many as possible. And that's what makes it suspicious to me, considering this fiendish adversary that seems to be on the rise requires sacrifice of the faithful. And they said those of all walks of faith were welcome. So they're just gathering a bunch of faithful. And I'm not so sure they're not about to sacrifice. Or if it's not the Church of Durian, someone will see this and arrive to sacrifice, knowing that they'll be here. And that's why I gotta get you out of here before all of this potentially goes down.
I knew I didn't like that Josiah.
He won't listen to us. We tried to have a meeting with him as, you know, the Eclipsean Order, the Peacekeepers, and he's just, oh, I don't have time for you. I'm gonna go do more getting ready things because clearly I don't have enough children slave things.
You hear a chuckle. Have you made an attempt at having counsel with the Baron?
I didn't think of that. That might be a good idea.
I don't necessarily trust him any more than Josiah, but at least it's another avenue, and I think that the Baron still has some sort of a agreement with the Order that you may be able to force his hand slightly.
I feel like if he at least hears us out to know that there's something coming and how it could possibly show up, it might put him on, you know, better defense. But I also feel like the moment he does anything to speak out against the church in any way, boom, no one listens to him anymore. It's almost like they're untouchable.
Well, I have my suspicions that the Baron is in the church's pocket, but
Please, who hasn't Josiah paid off at this point?
me?
True.
I'll gladly take some dividends. She comes walking out with a little bag, and then a small little sash, and she's like, "Well, I'm good to go whenever you are."
Would you like me to carry any of those?
No, thank you, dearie.
It's not necessary for now, Thrain, after all. We intend to spend the night, Mother. Take off in the morning when we're all fresh and ready to go.
Well, I guess I will put on the kettle.
Don't worry about dinner. We have that.
Speaking of, do you mind if I use your kitchen, ma'am?
By all means. You can take that all off now. It's safe in here.
He doesn't.
Never.
He
It
sleeps
never
in
comes
it.
off.
I only know his skin tone because it flips open to eat.
He'll put on his other gloves and head into the kitchen.
I love the gloves so much. I don't know why, but I always imagine him putting them on and it's like the cartoon like finger wiggle. Like
Your mom walks up next to you and in a very hushed tone, like, he's a very curious individual.
yet he's one of the kindest and most understanding I've ever met.
Is he disfigured?
It's a culture thing. He's not from Amethil.
She just smiles.
I don't pretend to understand. I just understand that it has a source, and I don't question it on him. I'm not going to force him.
Well, while you're here, why don't you give me a hand? I was just gonna tend to laundry.
Absolutely. Nell pops up and walks off to the washroom and just goes to do the laundry for her.
Anything else you need help with?
Oh no, dearie, we got it covered.
Just imagine Thrain and Roderick sitting in the living room. We're just like
Twiddling
looking
thumbs.
You gotta figure that the house is probably like, like it has an elven style to it, but like of the lower class, like commoner level of it. So it's probably like smaller wooden furniture, probably hand carved. And then you got like
Brain is-
Thrain's stocky ass sitting on it.
Very carefully lowering himself down to a chair.
He's half sitting, half
creeps.
squatting.
No, he's kicking his little feetsies because they're elves and they're tall. And he's small but stout.
Trying not to break a second chair in the same day.
Oh, God damn it, not again!
Is there anything particular that anyone wants to do during, this period of time here? All right. Desmond, seeing as you are cooking for everyone, let's have a fun little skill challenge with it. So, seems how you kind of went into this blindly. What do you plan on cooking?
Oh, when we left the, what's it called? The Grandier, I said we were gonna like pick up food and stuff on the way over here.
I mean, what'd you get though?
Chicken, apples, and cranberries, seasoning and shit to go with it.
Okay. Let's have some fun here. Go ahead and give me your survival roll, but you can do it with the proficiency of your cooking utensils. So you could just do like an Arcana or an investigation roll.
Okay. That was almost a 19. Hold on, I'm using my inspiration on that shit already.
Okay.
I gotta make it good.
I'm cooking. Makes terrible meal for mother.
Right.
Oh.
Okay.
You're nervous.
So as you're in the kitchen, now that you're not in like a small butcher shop, you are pulling the ingredients out of the paper lining that they have them wrapped in, and you're noticing that the ingredients are not really the best ingredients. You got some subpar quality. Some of the apples are like bruised. You notice that some of the cranberries have black spots to them. The chicken seems okay, but for the most part, you're a little disappointed in the quality of the goods that you got. What are you gonna do to attempt to spice this up a little bit?
I guess he'd start digging around in the cupboards and stuff, see if there's anything of like better quality that he can use to replace the lesser quality stuff that he picked up.
Sure. I guess give me an investigation as you investigate the cupboards.
I am
Doing
fucking
great.
average.
Doing great.
It's nothing special, but it's, it's
Yeah,
food.
you didn't find a whole lot of seasonings that you would typically use for poultry. So you just have like you have the bare essentials. You have like SPG, like that's it. And you have to make do with the best of it. Are there any certain cooking techniques or anything that you may have to try to bring this thing to the home stretch?
So he would, as it's like all cooking together, use his prestidigitation to fill in the blanks of stuff that he's missing, flavor it up and shit.
Isn't that just cheating? Wouldn't that be like a fake flavoring? It's only there for an hour.
I
It
mean,
only needs to be there when you eat it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Sounds like a win to me. Like, I have to eat just this oatmeal. That's all I have available. Apple pie.
All right. Here's what I'm gonna do because it makes sense to me and I think it's funny. I'm gonna need a deception roll, but because you're doing it with prestidigitation, do a deception roll with advantage.
I will say he's not changing the entirety of the flavor of it. He's just adding more seasoning.
Understood. But in my mind, it's still a deception.
Rosemary.
Yeah, you're like, yeah.
I am so average.
What of the fucking day? I am just so average. That is life.
Also, I'm fucking popping open the alchemy jug and serving wine to everyone.
Serving mayonnaise. I was like, what to say? He finally had it. Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Everybody use mayonnaise. Oh, you know what? You should have said you were gonna like marinate the chicken with the mayonnaise or something. You could have actually brought that out for the cooking or the wine.
Shit, he still can. You can make it. It's like any liquid. They specifically said mayonnaise for some reason, but you could probably do like, Italian dressing. People use that to marinate chicken all the time.
You can make an aioli.
I think
Garlic sauce.
a fancy wine to loosen everybody up before they eat this shit might be the best plan.
Arson. I like the idea. I'm gonna give you a double or nothing chance here. High or low?
Fucking low.
Yeah, baby!
After a couple hours, Desmond has dinner prepared for everybody, and you all sit down. It's a small little dining table, just a family-sized dining table. In stark contrast to the large guild hall that you've been eating in recently. So it brings sort of a quaint vibe back into your lives that most of you probably haven't had for quite some time. And you all get these scents, these scents of herbs and everything that are cooked throughout this chicken, and it smells delicious. And as you all sit down and start eating it, it's pretty good. It's okay. But then you take a sip of this wine, and the wine is some of the best tasting wine you've had in a while. Enough that it makes up for, the chicken's like a 6 out of 10. But the wine, solid 9.
Aw. I was like, am I getting drunk? Nat 20, you son of a bitch.
I need another 20 roll.
Specifically made the apple and cranberry roasted chicken because Nell said add cranberry to anything and it'll be good for her mom.
Mm-hmm.
Kudos on that detail. You know what?
So a 6 for everyone else might be a little higher for the mom.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you an inspiration for that one, Sin. Good callback on notes. So everybody has a meal, and you all just have some casual conversation, I would assume. Is there any story or anything that anybody would like to tell, at the dinner table to try to I don't know, get on Talesi's good side, or have her think of you in a different regard or a better regard than she may already? Any past adventures or anything that you've done?
I'm gonna go investigate what the fuck that was.
All right. Then you all have your dinner, and afterwards, she asks, is there any certain time or anything tomorrow that we're looking to leave out?
Is there any time that works best for you? We may take you up on that one idea to talk to the Baron first thing in the morning. So maybe after that.
Everything that I need is in that bag, so I'm good to go when you are.
Yeah, not too early. Do any second checks that we all need to do before we travel.
Everything good? You're on mute, but... I don't know. Megan, you're on mute.
You're still muted.
Yes, everything's all right. I think one of the cats clawed Raina. I just heard a yelp and was like, "Oh, what's happening to my baby?"
No worries.
But she's up on the on the bed now. She's fine.
When you were just talking on mute, it looked like you mouthed, "I'm talking on mute," and then you kept talking on mute.
I did not mouth. I'm talking on mute.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought you said. I was like, "What the hell?"
Nope, because I'm looking at the camera, and when I'm on mute, my mic over there has a light that flashes on it. So,
Okay.
Can't.
I wish I had something that I could put on my screen that when my mic is muted, it would tell me on the screen.
I mean, you'd have to press mute inside a video for that to work, because it gives their big red bar across the top. But
I mean, I don't look at video at all. I have OBS with like the stream open on one. That's why I'm looking at you on.
Okay.
And then chat and everything right here. But yeah, like I just need it on my main monitor, just an overlay. Jay, program me an overlay mod that I can just an app that I can just run, and when my mic is muted, it shows mute on the top of my screen. But yeah, so you finished dinner. Is there anything that you all want to do for the night? Any places that you want to go? Anything like that? You know, you essentially have the night to do whatever if you don't plan on leaving until tomorrow.
Nell didn't have anything specific other than just enjoying each other's company and like relaxing for what probably is going to be one of the last times before all of the stress of the world hits them like a wave.
All right. Then
Tried to let loose, but then I nat 20'd the con save.
I mean, you're starting to think that maybe it's hard to get drunk off of the magic wine.
It's some bullshit.
It has
That's
all
what it's like for you, Thrain.
I barely even felt it. It's like it's there, but
It's delicious. It's certainly alcoholic, but damn, it's not touching me.
no, this is nothing.
I mean, from what I hear, pretty much everything's nothing once you've had Dwarven Ale.
It is nice. Can't wait if we go to Numpton. You'll feel that. I'll say that for sure.
I look forward to it.
And has Roderick said like anything this whole time?
Nope. He's just sitting there like thinking about the fact that he knows who killed her husband, just like keeps staring off in space. How's the mashed potatoes? They're fine. I don't know shit.
I mean, how do you think Nell feels? She's just like this fiend, and she's not at all. They're not at all explaining, like, yeah, it was revealed that to get me in the specific point in time where I am, and I have been, your child, your only family left, have been touched by this elder being of evilness to be their, like, freaking pawn in the whole war for Crown of the Hells thing. Everything's fine, Mom. We're safe.
She's like, oh, that's good, baby. All right. Then you all continue to have, your conversations or lack thereof in Roderick's case. And, for the first time in probably a little while, like, you have no duties. You have no, active mission at hand. It's just kind of a night to be able to kick back and relax. For the next day, Desmond, you mentioned potentially going to see the Baron. Is that something that you all actually want to do, or that's something that Desmond was going to bring up during the conversations of the night, or what?
Yeah, I'd bring it up in the morning.
Yeah. I agree. It's better to warn at least somebody who's potentially in charge than to just leave all these people with no one willing to warn them.
We can do that as soon as we're done. Come back, pick up your mother, and immediately head out.
Is that all right with you, Ma?
I'm fine. I have everything ready to go. You just give me the word.
No problem. We'll get you as soon as we can. You
have stairs.
There are stairs to get into the bed. Instead, Raina attempted to jump and failed miserably.
Sounds about right.
She's like, I don't need these stairs. I'm still young and spry. 10 years young.
Yeah, I feel that. I get that way sometimes too. And then life reminds me. Like, oh yeah, I'm about to be 40. Yeah. So, you guys can head out. Make your way to the castle, and you would be stopped at the gates by the Durian guard.
Knowing that we were going to be speaking to the Baron, we would have put on our Eclipsean Order garb and had our... I forget what we're calling them, but my brain wants to say bandolier. I know it's wrong.
Tabard.
Tabard. We have our tabards on. Hi, we'd like to speak with the Baron, please.
Do you all have prior appointment?
Unfortunately, no. We come on behalf of the Eclipsean Order, of course. And I'm afraid it's rather serious.
Understood. Baron Darkwater is extremely busy, but I will let him know that the order is here.
Thank you.
If you all want, you can follow me within. That way you're not standing out on the street like a peasant.
Thank you.
He turns around
The
and
tight smile on Nell's face because they are a peasant of this fucking city. Like, don't mind me, I'm just originally from the fucking slums here.
you're not from the slums. You're from the
Slums
one
with
step-
roofs.
Exactly. Your roofs have no holes. So he walks you up the large staircase that leads up to the plateau that the castle's on. And while he's walking, he said, may I gather some more information from you as to what the nature of this request is for?
They think for a minute and kind of glance to their comrades and just say, it is regarding a potential safety matter of the people.
He stops, turns, and looks at you. Is this regarding the church's reopening?
No.
Good, good. That is our top priority right now. He turns around, starts walking again.
When his back's turned, Nell just kind of looks to everyone and just like mouths like, it's our best priority right now. Like, she's just so sick of this shit. They're done.
So they open the door into like the grand opening, like the grand hall rather. They say, you all feel free, have a seat anywhere you please, and I will see if the Baron is available for counsel.
Thank you.
And he walks in the other room, and for anyone does anyone not have any experience with royalty? So two of the four do not. Okay. So this castle is like a large, proper castle, which would be the first time that you were in it. And this hall that you're in right now, this grand hall, it has like a semicircular seating in the middle. There's some chairs on like the exterior of the central area, and above you is this large solid gold chandelier that's probably 20 feet long, hanging from this giant, 2.5-story cathedral ceiling. And everything is like finely marble carved, and there's these big like etched domes that have like different pictures of like old pantheons and whatnot painted on them. And there's servants of the castle that, as you're sitting there, they walk up and ask if there's any sort of food or anything that you would like. And after maybe 10 or so minutes, a noble comes out in a nice, finely dressed suit. And he
Before this happens, is there any point in time we are in this room completely alone?
No.
Okay.
But depending on if you're trying to have a private conversation, there's not people up your ass the whole time. But there are always people in the room. But it is like a grand hall, so.
Nah, it's a sleight of hand. Eat the fucking rich. Nell's taking something.
Sure, by all means.
Sorry, I apparently cannot control myself.
Oh.
Dirty 20. What are you trying to take?
Something that is small enough to not be obvious, but clearly worth some form of money.
Sure.
Like one of those freaking crystal encrusted egg bullshits that rich people have for no reason. Why do they do that?
Because they're fancy.
Should take the egg and the stand so it's less obvious. Not just like, why is there an empty stand? Where's the egg gone?
Who done it?
That's fun. Sure. There's we'll say that there's like a small polished like geode, that's just sitting on one of the tables, and the geode is carved out to look like a rock, and then on the other half of it, it looks like a diamond, and it's polished to look like a faux diamond. But you could tell it's not real. But yeah, sure.
Still definitely worth something enough to quickly scoop up and like shove in the pack.
Sure.
Or something to the peasant.
We'll say what the hell? It's not showing up. Can I uninvisible this? Uninvisible? It's worth 11 gold.
I mean, that's a lot to a peasant.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not slighting that at all. I was just letting you know. Like I rolled what it was worth, and for some reason it didn't show it. So, geode that is worth 11 gold pieces. Okay. So after about 10 minutes or so of you all being in there, this noble walks out, and he says,
Desmond will walk forward to greet them.
he puts one hand behind his back and one up to his chest, and he gives a slight bow. He says, "The Baron will see you all now."
Okay.
A nod, and in we go.
As we're walking in, you hear Desmond like under his breath, "Everyone, best behaviors."
Nella's trying to suppress the smile.
Desmond, give me an insight roll, please. It's not for now.
Oh, Desmond
Just
already
put out
caught me.
Mm-hmm.
Or almost caught me.
No,
Almost.
No.
I'll allow that he caught me.
Desmond almost rolled a 24 on cooking. Yeah. So the noble walks you into a private study down the hall. You all walk past like the throne room, which is opened, and you can see it being cleaned right now, but it's empty. And a little bit further down, you pass by a large library, and then finally into this smaller study. And you see this human with a long dark hair pulled back into a ponytail and a blue suit, like a deep blue suit. And he stands up and he extends a hand forward for whoever's the first one there.
Desmond will go and take it.
So he gives a proper handshake, and he says, "Baron Thaddeus Darkwater at your service."
Desmond will like slightly bend the knee and nod. Desmond Dusk, Roderick Wolvencroft, Nell Ombre-Tesh, and Thrain Ironforge, here on behalf of the Eclipsean Order.
Yes, I was made aware that the Eclipsean Order was here and made sure I set aside time in my very busy schedule to speak with you.
No, we all appreciate that.
Now, I was informed that you have matters of importance to speak, but I was also told that it's not pertaining to the opening of the church. Is that correct?
Right. This is something entirely different.
Please, have a seat. And he sits down and he says, what is of such a grave nature that the Eclipsean Order needed to get involved?
Trying to find notes and shit. Okay.
We still have a copy of the note, one of the notes we left for Josiah.
Yeah, we made multiple copies of that.
Okay.
Actually, Desmond will like ask for it. Like, we have all of it written out already, and we can explain if there was any confusion. Desmond will like take the note and hand it over.
He takes the note from you, but he gives you this look like, you're gonna make me read this thing instead of just telling me what it is. And he
Like as he hands it over, he starts explaining like like as soon as he gives it to him. A few days ago, the Eclipsean Order was summoned to I need multiple fucking pages of this shit pulled up because I don't remember anything.
Wasn't it like a week ago at this point?
Yeah.
Or how long ago?
10 days ago.
Oh, okay.
The Eclipsean Order was summoned to Elm Hollows on suspicions of occult activity. Once we arrived just south, about a mile south, we encountered this creature that we now know is a Beadrill. It is a combination of souls fed into a host, powerful souls. We believe that members of the Church of Elm Hollows were used as a sacrifice for this, and it charges this Beadrill up to incredible levels of power, and it destroyed the town, scorched everything on its journey south, and we narrowly escaped as it was burning out. They don't appear to last too long, but we are under the impression now that someone is creating these things, and just in an instant they were able to flatten Elm Hollows, and we believe that they will be showing themselves again somewhere on Amethil in the near future.
And you mentioned that they were using the religious personnel.
They use the religious personnel in Elm Hollow. They tend to go for powerful
Those strong
individuals,
spiritually.
right? And clergy and a temple would be the best source in a small setting of Elm Hollows.
And I'm sure you're all aware, with the grand reopening of the church, that we will have some of the most prominent religious leaders in Aragus present.
Yes, we are aware.
And you have no concern that there's relation to this event that you're speaking of and the grand reopening.
As far as everything that we know, there is no correlation, but the coincidence is there, and the situation is ripe for a similar event to happen.
Well, I appreciate the knowledge on this, but I will have you know that we have over 50 trained soldiers and another 20 hired mercenaries that will be working security for this event. So, if this Barradrill shows its face, we will not hesitate to take it down.
Wish you the best of luck in that matter. Be sure that they have themselves on high alerts for those of fiendish nature or occult activity, as it was giving off strong fiend energy.
Ah, a paladin.
Nell nods and just raises her shield. Their shield.
Well, that's very good insight to have. I'll make sure that our paladin are on high alert. If you
And
all
that's-
wanted, I could arrange to get you seating in the event. It is a sold-out event, after all.
It's greatly appreciated, but we have already informed Paladin Zan at Sea Bluff, and we are on our way to the other major factions to inform them as well. We are trying to make this as well known between all factions in as timely a manner as we can.
You see when you mention Paladin Zahn that he sort of scrunches up his nose. It's like, very well, I will make sure that we alert the guard and that Josiah is made aware of any potential issues to be on the lookout for. It'll be a very stressful 2 days until the ceremony, so
We have supplied him with a copy of the letter as well. He has been made aware.
We believe he has a lot other pressing matters to attend to and may not receive our warning in time. So we decided it was of Durian and your best interest that we come to you as well.
You can tell on his face that he's losing composure. And from your insight roll, like, you get the impression that, like, he's feeling sort of second-rate citizen here, that now you've informed him that you went and talked to Paladin Zahn first, and then you also attempted to reach out to some clergyman before reaching out to the Baron of the city. And you could just, he's not hiding his feelings very well. Well, I appreciate the heads up.
With all due respect, sir, going to Zahn first was simply so that we could use the teleporter to get here faster.
Yeah,
It was also so we can investigate Elm Hollow for further information.
You do not owe me an explanation. I appreciate you all coming here. I have and continue to respect the work that your order provides. Do you need a hotel room comped or anything of the sort?
It's appreciated, but we are going to be leaving Durian at the utmost haste as soon as our meeting adjourns. We must inform the other leaders before any other catastrophe happens.
Understood. I can't say that I'm happy that you're leaving before these events go. It'd be nice to have 4 trained specialists here for this. So, if you reconsider, I may be able to compensate you for your time.
The Eclipsean Order is not a band of mercenaries.
Semantics.
Nell is trying their best to keep composure.
We also would not like to hold up in any one area longer than need be. We owe each of the factions our time. No one faction in particular.
Understood. Well, with that, I will give you your time back. I appreciate the advanced knowledge. And if you do decide to change your mind, please have one of the guard hail me. And he stands up.
Thank you for taking time out of your day to speak with us.
Thank you.
Nell
Desmond
nods, bows,
stands
and turns to leave.
Yep.
Desmond, the way that this Baron conducts himself, from the way that he shook your hand to some of his mannerisms, you don't get the feeling that he is accustomed to a noble role. Like this type of a role was thrusted upon him, or he's just sort of out of his element.
Desmond will be kind of not really tense, but more like rigid, and bows, heads out.
And one of the same noble that walked you back there is waiting outside the door, and as you walk out, he closes the door behind you and shows you back through the castle proper, to the main courtyard, and then shuts the large castle doors behind you.
As we're walking back to Nell's mother, Desmond will again say under his breath, but so the party can hear him, that noble Sir Darkwater, he's new to his job. He may not know the right procedures to keep Durian safe.
We did our part and spread the word to those who are in charge. It's all we can do but go to inform the others.
As Desmond's like walking, he's like looking back towards the castle. There's so many people here.
I know.
What can we do?
Us staying wouldn't make a difference. And Desmond like picks up the pace, walks forward. We need to inform the others.
Then I say we get going.
As they're walking, the realization washes over Nell more and more, and they're taking in the city that has been their home for their whole life with a little bit more intent, trying to soak it into their memory in case this is the last time it's seen standing. It drives me nuts that such wealth can be stored in one place as the castle, and yet, less than a mile away, there are those living in hovels with holes in the roof and not even a coat to keep them warm in the winters.
Well, it seems like the scales are going to balance themselves by their own ignorance. We just have to make sure we're not present when it happens.
The worst part is those that don't have much in this world often seek religion. And if something happens at the opening of the church, those that have been suffering this whole time will take the brunt of it.
Well, there is a solution.
Pray tell.
Hey, you're not gonna like it. We make the opening of the church less desirable by causing a bit of chaos and fear. Make people think maybe it's best if I stay home.
And what did you have in mind, Roderick?
Well, I mean, Not necessarily anything in mind, just, I mean, I don't really know this city, but whatever it would take to basically get things, explodey and scary and, yeah, things that make people go the other way or stay away. It could be as simple, depending on the area, which I don't know, it could be as simple as spreading a rumor, or it could have to be as dramatic as blowing shit up.
There's too many potential casualties if we were to cause destruction like that.
And we said we wouldn't cause widespread panic among the people.
Mhm.
But would
But
we
if
rather have them calm and sitting ducks, or panicked and warned? It is hard to find the correct place to stand morally in this. Where they
you
have
gotta
the right to know when in a panic, crowds can cause so much damage. So many could be hurt. We don't even know if for sure a Bedra will be formed here. It just seems like a ripe scenario for one to be made. So we could cause this panic and have people hurt, and those who don't have a lot potentially lose more than they can afford to, and be wrong, and have caused all these problems for no reason.
As well as the likelihood of being caught, especially now because everybody's guard is on higher alert because of the opening.
Especially if we were to use the truth as what it is. Because both Josiah and the Baron are aware of the truth and who knew the truth. So they would know we told the people and potentially sabotage their oh so special day. So instead, I suggest a different rumor. It's not as if there isn't a plague doctor currently walking around Durian that could have spooked someone into thinking there's a plague.
It is true.
Of course, this isn't anything that we would put into spreading a rumor without you being okay with it, Desmond, as it kind of teeters on your existence.
I would rather not sully my reputation on the assumption that something is going to happen. But if we are just counting on my presence, then I can don my actual plague doctor attire as we leave. We need not say anything.
And that could be enough to spark panic among the locals enough that they may leave or scare off people who would be coming in. think that just might work.
Does your mother have any friends, co-workers she can get in contact with rather fast?
I'm not sure on the speed, but of course she's got plenty of coworkers. You know, there's always more than one maid in the rich man's home.
As you said before, rumors spread like wildfire. Maybe one rumor spread by your mother may be enough to start it.
Very true. Because a lot of the maids work in more than one home. A few hours in one location, a few hours in another. Soon enough, most of the lower class and more than likely the upper class know as well. I like it. We'll see if Mom will agree. Are you making fun of me, Cliff?
The upper
The upper class.
the Boston came out for a second there.
The lower class, the upper class. The amount of times I'm at work and I go to say here and I say here, and I'm like, anytime I say here, I like hear it every time. I'm like, you son of a bitch.
You're welcome.
Does
So
anybody have any deionized water?
they're like, no, we have water. Would
Box,
Nell
not
have led everybody back through like the main streets, or would they have like cut through like the Dun Square and whatnot to get back?
They would have probably just swung whatever way she would have known to be fastest to get back home.
I mean,
like be it alleyways and whatnot.
Yeah.
Just
so if you're taking alleyways and everything, then taking like Dun Square, like cutting through the Dun Square to the Ash Walk would be the fastest way to do it. I mean, that would be like, you know, not necessarily walking on a road. There'd be like paths and, you know, like you said, in alleyways and everything. But okay. Okay. So, what's the game plan then?
well, first we gotta get home and speak with Mom.
Sure.
Try to convince her into this.
Won't take much convincing, but still have to ask and get her to find at least one of her coworkers to spread on the rumor.
Yeah, so you guys cut through Dun Square, cut through the Ash Walk, get to Nell's mom's house, and she's just sort of sitting there in the front room with the bag next to her and everything. She sees you there and she stands up. She's like, "Are we ready to go?"
Mostly. I was wondering if you could do us a huge favor, and more than that, the people of Durian a huge favor.
Okay.
I need you to use that silver tongue of yours to spread a rumor that might get people to leave.
Okay. What were you thinking?
Well, a plague doctor's been seen in the city. It's very suspicious. Perhaps you've heard of someone who was ill, or that it's spreading like wildfire, and that maybe the elites are attempting to keep it hush-hush. But it would be best to leave before this contagious disease gets to others.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna make you roll on it. I mean, the thought of sticking it to the church and also potentially being able to save the lives of people that she knowingly, knows and loves in the city. I don't
And
think that this
blaming
could
the
take
elite.
much. She's like, yeah, I happen to know quite a few people who are what I would call a little bit more gabby, and they could probably whisper a few things into the right people's ears.
Oh, absolutely. You could certainly, whatever friends that you can get in contact with among the other maids, I know that that would quickly get it to every circle. And you could even tell them that you left because you weren't feeling safe.
Well, give me a few hours then. I'll have to make some rounds and then we can leave right after.
Wonderful.
If we have some time to spare, I am going to show myself off a little more in town. I'm going to get some food and provisions for our travel.
Would you like
Absolutely.
anyone to come with you? Or do you think it'd be better you go alone for this?
I think I'm going to go alone without the orders tabard.
Of course. So it looks like you're on more official business.
Right. Oh, if you'll excuse me, I need to change my attire. Desmond will head off into a separate
No,
room.
go show off. I feel like Desmond is just so sick of Nell's shit. Oh, shut up. Oh. Empty.
Oh. And after a few minutes, Desmond will come out with his actual bird plague doctor mask on instead of his solid black one, and his attire will be mainly black instead of the brown, black, and white leather that he wears.
Anything that you need us to carry for you, so you look more on official business.
No, I'm supposed to be able to carry everything I need on my person. So the more I carry, the more I look like I'm actually working.
Wonderful.
How long is the travel back to Trudid?
True that.
Which one?
It should take a week?
3.
Between 4 days and a week, I think.
Okay, I'll gather a week's worth of provisions just to be on the safe side.
Of course.
And with that, Desmond heads out.
Desmond comes out.
You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it.
Sin, show off art to us of him in his full getup. I want to see.
I don't have art of that.
Draw it.
I have his actual plague doctor mask, but that's it.
Well, looks like you got some work to do.
Yeah, that could be a good drawing to do.
So what's your game plan? Are you gonna actually gallivant through the city to try to make yourself known that you're there, or you just gonna go about your business and just hope people see you?
I'm pretty sure him just stepping out people would notice him. So he's not gonna try to like buy time or go anywhere out of the ordinary. He's just going straight to go get the rations and heading straight back.
Okay. Anybody else plan on doing anything while Desmond's out?
I'd say just getting ready for the travel.
Nell's going to go to her childhood bedroom and grab their favorite toy and just put it in their bag just in case this entire scene is to burn. Just needs some form of a childhood memory with them.
You put it right next to your carb geode.
Which will be sold eventually. Not in this city.
Why not?
Don't need to have it blamed on the vendor that ends up with it.
Some
I
poor
guess.
peasant buys it for 25 gold and gets arrested
Baron
for
beheads
having it in
them.
their house. All right, so Desmond takes off in full get up to go get supplies. Talisi leaves and goes to, enforce Desmond's attire.
Spoopy!
Yeah. So after I don't know, not too long. We'll say not that. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. So we'll say after a little bit more than 30 minutes, Desmond makes it back. Were you trying to get anything in particular or just basic rations?
Just basics.
And how long were you trying to buy it for?
A week's worth.
For everybody?
Yeah.
Would have gave him money before he went. Just if knowing he was going to spend money.
Okay. So that would have been 14 gold total. How do you guys want to chop that up? It'd be 3.5 gold apiece if you do it evenly.
Nell would do 5 to cover both them and their mother.
All right, 9 gold left.
Throw 4 in.
5 gold left.
Let's see. Do I even have any fucking money?
Give me your fucking money!
Roderick needs to go find a side hustle to do during these downtimes.
Mm-hmm. Police work on pay shit.
Mm-mm.
He broke.
All right, Desmond, I think you got the other 5 then.
Yep.
John's probably sitting on like 30 gold, like, sorry, man, I ain't got nothing. I'm broke.
Nah, this ain't Arkin.
I don't think anyone started with more than like. I don't think anyone had more than 30 just to begin with.
All right, so after 36 minutes or so, Desmond comes back with the goods, and you're just waiting on Nell's mom to get back. What is the plan as far as when you leave here, where you headed to?
Making our way to Druid to leave mother with Quillwise and the safety of Truded.
Okay.
I think we're just staying on the path for the entirety.
Mhm.
Okay. So it's just gonna be straight shot there then.
Yes, because I believe we were told to stay south of Barrel's Hope
Yes.
because of a thing that was there that I don't quite remember what it was.
Someone said it was like a rogue paladin, but we were all like, that don't sound right.
Yeah.
Just killing things like, what
Then
is
it'll
happening
be...
with my giant face repeatedly?
What?
On the map, it just keeps like flickering in the world map, just a giant disc of my face every once in a while. I'm like, hello?
If you hover over
Oh.
it, it pops up.
Oh, okay.
There. I fixed it for you.
I apparently just kept slightly running over it with my mouse enough to be like, what happened?
Yeah, so you guys are looking at about a 6-day journey to Truded if you stay on the path. All right. So you're all in the house, getting things together, and after, I don't know, another hour or so, Nell, you hear your mom's voice, and she's like, Nell, I'm back.
Nell grabs up their mother's bags and heads out the door, gesturing for everyone else to join them. Start the walk.
Let us go.
Yep.
So you all start heading out. I assume you're just going on foot?
Yeah.
No, we're taking the
Yep.
canoe.
I mean, you guys left that there.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be sitting on cinder blocks when you get back.
Nah, it's okay. Desmond put the thing on it where it's gonna yell at them.
I
Like, even
can't
if the
wait to-
guards.
You're under
come
fucking
and
arrest.
I just can't wait for one day we just hear that off in the distance, like, oh, wait, what?
Yeah, just riding down the river.
Someone's gonna be paddling by. This is property of the Eclipsean Order. Hey, hey.
But it works though.
But yeah, no, we'll just be walking.
It's been like this for
Um,
7
All the guys'
months.
feet.
While Desmond came back and we were waiting for Mel's mother, Desmond would have changed back to his normal attire.
Boo.
Well, we can't have them thinking the plague doctor has left.
Right.
No, just the slightly less plaguey plague doctor is left.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Mhm.
I mean, it's not like Nell's home is in the center of town. They'll just be slipping out essentially up through the north.
Okay, that's actually what I was gonna ask you. Was like what your plan, how you planned on leaving. I didn't know if you planned on like, going through the center of the city and scoping anything out, or if you were just gonna duck out the north and just start heading out.
Duck out the north to be less obvious that they are going, so people may think that Desmond is still around and on official business. And also not with the Eclipsean Order, totally.
Okay. Everybody, go ahead and do me a favor and roll a D100, please.
Ooh. Who paid good money?
Where's the thing?
I may have bought a few dice packs.
It's right to the right of the D4.
They were pretty.
They were.
Oh, is that the okay?
Yeah, the percentile.
Wait, why did I? Okay, yeah, you're supposed to grab 2, huh?
It does it automatically. Yeah.
Mhm.
That didn't do right, did it?
No. I mean,
No, why is it? Okay, there we go.
My issue, not really an issue with D100s, is you never really know if you want high or low.
True. And I'm not going to tell you.
I didn't figure.
All right. All right, so you all head out and begin your travels. So you're
As we leave, Desmond will stop and talk to one of the guards just for a brief second before catching up with the group.
okay. Are you wearing your Eclipsed Order garb?
No.
Okay.
I'm watching you again.
That's fine.
And you kind of catch them off guard wearing what you wear. Like, can I help you?
Sending you a message.
He's like, stop, I'm married.
I don't know why, but every time you say you walk up to guards to speak to them, my brain makes Desmond really short. Like he's just like walking up at like 5'1" up to these 6-foot guards, just like, hello, let me speak to you about the potential deadliness in your kingdom.
He's like,
Uppies.
uppies.
Like I know
All right.
he isn't, but my brain's like tiny.
The guards just, all right, little guy.
Where we
What's-
going, buddy?
You got important things to tell me?
How tall is Desmond?
5'1".
He's 5'10".
I'm only doxing him like 9 inches. It's fine.
Here we go. We'll do a 56 inches tall.
No. Well,
I'm like sitting here looking at fucking Facebook waiting for the message and didn't even realize that he sent it in Fantasy Grounds. And I'm like, you gonna send the fucking message or what? Okay. Thrain. I guess go ahead and give me a perception roll if you're keeping an eye on Desmond.
Nope. Didn't that roll second? Damn it.
so Nell's mom has interrupted you and is in a deep conversation with you about the differences between elven and dwarven cultures.
Oh god.
Now, I'm not racist, but
I heard that all dwarves ...
Well, actually, I heard all elves.
yeah.
Yeah.
They come back to a screaming man.
Desmond steps away and Thrain's like, and all of a sudden you hear Nell's mom like, so is it true what they say about...
Hey, oh, no.
What? Damn it!
Now, are you a man or a woman? Because I heard that both the male and the female dwarves
Dwarves
have
have
beards,
beards.
and that you really can't tell the difference. Is that true?
Can you not tell in my voice? This deep, grumbly,
Can't you tell?
raspy voice.
Did you just assume my gender?
Mom, you can't do that.
Just shit like that happening, and you're just like, oh, and Nell's like, no.
Please stop.
Mom, stop talking.
So, yeah, right. All dwarf lives matter, but hear me out. Like, oh no, Mom.
There's the stairs.
What do
But us elves, we believe that all lives matter.
Yeah.
All right, so you all
Excuse me.
headed north to out north of Durian, and continue along the path. Everybody, go ahead and give me a perception roll, please.
Fuck you.
I was like
Maybe. No.
14.
Ooh.
Ooh, there we go.
Roderick sees all.
All right. So after the first day of traveling, you all go off to the side to make camp. And this is a fairly busy thoroughway, as it's like the main road from like everywhere Amethil to Durian, and especially with the grand opening of the church, you all have seen many passerbyers during this day of travel, especially with it being like 2 days away from the opening. A lot of people are coming from out of town to be there. When you're setting up camp, Desmond and Roderick, the two of you both notice, for whatever reason, this group of people on horseback catch your attention. Out of all the people that have passed by, for some reason, this group made you look up as they were riding by. Roderick, as one of the people at the front of the pack was riding, they had one hand on the reins of the horse, and the other hand they had just sort of like draped down to their side. And you could see this aura off of their hand that almost looked like a faint flame. And you noticed that it had that same monochromatic black and white look to it as they rode past towards Durian.
He's going to kind of make eye contact with Desmond. Did you catch that?
The people look interesting, but nothing in particular stood out. At least not to me.
Left hand on the lead guy had that kind of aura that like what does that mean? Like that monochromatic type spell or magic?
just reminds me of the color of, what was it? Still can't remember his name. The Bayer drill.
Yeah.
Is this conversation being had quietly and privately so the others don't hear?
Not quietly. Like if you are riding close enough, yeah, you'd hear because they're just kind of, well, at least Roderick's talking loudly enough for them, but not broadcasting it to the whole field or anything.
Do we want to try and stop them?
Nell is. How far away are these individuals now, Cliff?
I mean, couple dozen yards. I mean, they're on horseback, so.
So, would you say they are out of my detect good and evil range?
What's that? 120 feet?
My divine sense.
Or isn't it like a mile or some shit for that one?
Fuck if I remember. Open your awareness forces to the next turn. Location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover.
Yeah, they're a little outside of 60 feet.
Yeah. Damn.
Where is? I just want to see.
If none of you have seen that sort of magic outside the Bayer drill, then
Also, I'm not sure if this feature just kind of just goes off because it just says the presence of strong evil registers in your senses like a noxious odor.
That I think that's when you actively do it, isn't
Okay,
it?
I'd have to actually sense for it. Yeah, that reading further. Yeah.
Do we try and stop them?
Anybody who can create something that strong is stronger than us. It just means that we were right to cause a panic. To hopefully encourage people to flee. Maybe people will be on the road mentioning it to those incoming as well. Who knows how many we could potentially have saved simply by Desmond going for a walk and you, Mom, telling some of your friends.
Desmond's still standing, just motionless, staring off towards Durian.
I hate this.
if they're on their way now, and seems that the lead one, at least the one that my eyes caught, was at the ready with a spell. I don't think they're going to sit around and wait. I think this attack is going to happen potentially as soon as they get there. Which ultimately means that by the time rumors get around, how long time-wise has it been since the rumors were started?
8 to 10 hours ago,
Okay.
which means that like there's still another 4 or so hours before they would arrive there. So that would give about a full 12 hours from when you guys first started.
I don't know.
And we're at camp right now.
Mm-hmm.
Nell's just gonna sit there hugging their knees to their chest, resting their chin on their knees, just thinking about all the things that could possibly be going wrong and happening to childhood friends, buildings and homes that they know, all that could be lost, knowing that they are helpless in this scenario, that they are not strong enough to assist. Not yet.
Are there any like even small bodies of water anywhere nearby or no?
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
Roderick's going to walk over to it and take a look over into his reflection to see if he sees his own or if he sees the other him that he saw last time.
Yeah, so you there's a small little I don't know if you could call it a pond or puddle, somewhere in between, uh, off the side of the road slightly, that you guys passed by on the way there, that you head over to. And through the flicker of the stars and the moonlight, you can see your reflection. And your reflection is standing there with sort of this like stoic face and has both weapons drawn.
And I'm not sure how this works, but what would you do, or what would you have me do, or what would you do in my situation, depending on what you are or how you function? Are you able to give me advice?
Um, it it takes the weapon and you see it aiming like down the path towards the direction that they were riding, and you see a muzzle flare and a silent shot ring, comes out of the gun, uh, and then your reflection just starts walking in that direction, and then it's gone. And if you turn to look at that and then look back down, it's just your normal reflection again.
Um, he kind of nods, runs back over to the group, says, "We can't just stand here. We got to try and do something. Even if we fail, um, just call it a gut feeling. But I mean, we wear these tablets for a reason, and even though we don't have the numbers, I think we need to do more than just spread some rumors and hope for the best." You all don't have to come with me, but I think I need to go.
Desmond, like, I was still staring at Durian this whole time. As you say this, walks over to Nell, um, pulls this green flame energy from his hand, raises it near their chest, and the energy fills into the black crystal. And the black crystal looks like it unfolds and makes two. Then those two unfold and they keep unfolding. And these floating crystal like objects surround their chest and their back and almost forms a secondary armor around them.
Nell looks down, fascinated, gives a smirk to Desmond, nods to Roderick, looks to their mother, and just goes, "Stay at the camp. If we don't come back, you continue to treat it."
I don't want to just sit by while you charge head first. I'm not helpless.
Nell tries to hide the look on their face, but of course their mother would see straight through it. Of worry, concern. Ma, you're not a fighter. That was Dad. And you've never been strong or had skills to fight. You have many skills, but we know this isn't one of them. And I fear it would only be a distraction if you came.
Roderick is going to put like a kind of comforting hand on Nell's shoulder and looks towards her, their mother, and says, "We need someone to pass on the message if we don't make it out of this. And if we all die, then no one's going to know what happened."
How long do you want me to wait?
A
Sunrise.
day. Yeah, sunrise. Within a day, in my opinion.
How do you plan on catching up to a group on horseback?
They are gonna have to rest too, aren't they?
Hopefully.
And they
And
worked
if
at a
not,
gallop.
and if not,
They
then
aren't
we'll
at a gallop.
just do what we can to help once we get there.
Can we still see them in the distance?
You have dark vision, don't you?
Yeah.
You could probably still see them down the ways.
And
They're
are there
probably
horses?
like hazy silhouettes at this point, but yeah.
Are there horses running, trotting, or walking?
I mean, they were making pace. I wouldn't say that they were like full on running or anything, but they weren't just doing like a slow trot.
All right.
Shall we go? Try to
Nell
catch up
starts
as best we can. Yep.
Jogging.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Everybody, go ahead and give me a Constitution check.
Oh, that was rude.
So, ironically, the two with the heaviest armor having the most difficulty keeping pace. So you all either are going to have to slow down to keep pace with Nell and Thrain, or Desmond and Roderick, you two run ahead and you'll have to wait for them to catch up. What's your plan with it?
Nell would wave them on to
Yeah.
try to convince them to leave them and Thrain further back, so at least someone has the ability to begin to slow these individuals down or keep an eye on them.
We are going. It will be 2 by 2, so it will be fine-ish.
And then Roderick
So-
will nod and say, "We'll see you there then." Presses on.
Desmond pulls that same green energy and puts it into a gem, a similar one that he's embedded into his armor on his shoulder, and that the same unfolding happens, and he has these shoulder pauldrons made out of the same material, and he's gonna keep up with Roderick.
Before we finalize this decision here, Thrain, Nell, don't one, if not both of you, have the ability to cast like guidance?
Do actually. Yeah.
Like seeing that you're having issues keeping up and whatnot, would you want to use that to help bolster your chances, or are you good with just sort of lagging behind?
I'd rather go 2x2 than 3-1. Because I only can really do guidance. Like, how would that work, logically speaking?
What do you mean?
Isn't guidance
Like,
a cantrip that you could do more than once? It's not concentration, is it?
it is.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't work like it does in Baldur's Gate.
I knew this one was
Saying as in,
up.
canonically, how would it work? Guidance, just keep casting it back and forth, or how would that work?
I mean, for intents and purposes with what we're doing here, it's just kind of a one-time check on it.
Okay. Then yeah,
But with it
I'll
being
try it.
concentration, I mean yeah. That I forgot about the concentration piece. Let me see here.
It's 1 minute of concentration, but
Okay. Then 2x2 it is. All right. So you all run until you feel your lungs burn, and this fervor that's rushed over you, you just charge in for what feels like forever. And before you know it, you're seeing the sun peeking over the horizon to your left, and off to the side of the road, you see this small encampment that's built up, and you see this large tent with this like deep burgundy fabric, and Desmond and Roderick, the two of you coming up first to this, you would recognize the horses that you seen last night. The breed of horse is not one that is common in Amethil.
Uh-oh.
I think that their internet might have just went out.
no, no. I lean over to grab my water, and I come back. There's only 3.
Oh, yeah. So they had a power outage or an internet outage or something happened.
Oh.
Hey, this is a good time that we could take a quick little break, I guess.
Wait, what?
The hell?
Mhm.
How you gonna blame me? Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick, so we'll take a quick little 5-minute break and reconvene at 10:30.
Okay. Oh, we're muted, right? I would assume so. No, we're not. Okay. Well.
We don't have an update yet, huh?
Nope.
Just router go brrr.
Oh, they seen the message.
Oh,
They are typing.
We got the play-by-play going on. They stopped typing.
resetting router isn't working. Uh-oh.
What the cats do, though.
Talk about a cliffhanger.
Oh,
We got a John.
We have one.
Yeah, like it wasn't even the modem, just the internet just died.
Welcome back.
And hey.
We got a Megan, but I think a Megan somehow came back on a different link. So let me
They
upgrade that
switched.
real quick.
Yeah, they switched with John on my screen.
Weird.
It's fucking weird.
As soon as it left my mouth, I'm like, he's gonna fucking call me out. And of course, the way I just said "fuck," I know you smiled for that one too, you bitch.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I do like how you have our behind our that is cool.
Yeah, please. That's just in case something like this happens. It's all right. Give me a second to go out there and eat some of my cannoli flavored coffee ice cream.
Ooh, yum. I had allergy testing done yesterday, and my arm still itches.
You had allergy testing done, and it said you were positive.
Yes. Apparently, I'm allergic to cats and dogs and every type of pollen.
What type of pollen? Yes.
Yes.
Damn, that sucks, bro.
Mhm. But that's just not saying that I'm actually going to react. It says my body's ready to react to it.
I mean, do you still do well with cats and dogs regardless?
I'm sitting here with the dog and a cat right now. No issues.
No issues.
Besides my arm itching, no issues.
Has nothing to do with it though.
Right.
No.
All right, so where we left off, you all take off running. Desmond, Roderick, you pull ahead of Nell and Thrain. You run for what feels like forever. Your lungs burning, just driven by this fervor. Until you realize the sun is coming up over your left, the horizon to your left. After you run a little while longer, you spot off in the distance this encampment, and you notice that there's these tents that are stood up with this thick, dark burgundy fabric, and you notice the horses that you've seen previously outside of this, and it catches your attention fairly easily because these horses are not common around here. If either one of you have any sort of background or history with animals, feel free to roll like an animal handling or a nature if you want more information on it. But just regardless of that, you know that these horses are not from around here, so they stood out.
Is one of them depressed?
Evan said.
They all look really happy.
No.
What?
I don't know. You never seen a horse smile?
Just making sure.
Good old sad horse.
So yeah, as of right now, it is only Desmond and and Roderick that are there. Nell and Thrain are a fairly decent distance behind.
Can we see their? Can we see them at all?
I'm gonna say probably
It's just.
not.
Okay.
If they took off running at a pace, 2.6 faster than you, yeah.
Well,
They took off at Mach Jesus. All right. So, what do the two of you do with this information? Are you gonna wait for your people to show up? Are you gonna investigate? What are you doing?
Okay, so these are the horses we saw ride by.
Yep.
No one's attending them.
No. You don't see any people outside at all. You just see the big tent and the horses staked up outside of it.
Give me a little bit of time. It looks like they're set up camp, so they shouldn't be moving. Before we move in, I am going to prepare detect magic, so I can confirm before we jump to any conclusions.
Okay.
So Desmond's gonna start casting that as a ritual
Okay.
while the other two catch up.
Okay. Is Roderick doing anything while he's casting that?
He is going to kind of scope around the perimeter to see if there is a good enough distance between the horses and camp where he can get to the horses without really being seen.
So the encampment here is just like a makeshift camp, but with a nice fancy tent in it. And the horses are out in front of it, in sort of like a semicircle. There's 6 horses there. And the horses are between you and the tent.
Okay. Can I notice if they're tied up to something, or are they like those disciplined horses that just stays put?
No, they're staked up. They are staying still, so they're being good. They're being good boys, but they are staked up.
All right. He is. Let's see. Is Desmond in like any sort of like trance or anything, or can he talk?
He can talk, but he's mainly like mixing vials and stuff with his alchemy set at the moment.
All right. It's like, we can definitely slow them down by getting rid of their horses. So we can either A, try to steal them, or B, take them loose and then I fire a shot to scare them off. Of course, that's going to put the attention on us. It'll be a little hard for them to pursue us. By the time they come out and figure out what's going on, we'll already be taken off into the night.
It's kind of day already.
Oh, it's like the sun has risen up enough
Yeah,
at
it's
this
rising
point?
up now.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's not full on day, but it's early.
So, yeah, they will definitely see us if we do that.
That just slows them down. I'm all for slowing them down. Maybe they're on a time limit, and if they don't get the durian in time, they won't be able to prepare the ritual. But we also have a chance to stop them right now.
All right. So, plan A of steal them would be we pull, one each behind us, take them back to, Nell and Thrain, and then the four of us beat them back to Durian to let them know that the danger is coming. It's not even speculation anymore. It's happening.
That could work without us having to get our hands dirty.
How much time do you need for what you're preparing?
The rest of 10 minutes from when I started.
Well, it's up to you. We may have 10 minutes, we might not.
Go post up near the horses. If need be, we can do the gunshot to slow them down a bit, have the horses run wild. If we do have the 10 minutes, I should be able to see through the tent without alerting anyone.
All right. So with that, Roderick's going to kind of crouch down and start trying to make his way slowly, gently, and calmly towards the horses. Seriously? Seriously, with that 19-1? Okay. Okay, I see.
Little did Roderick know they knew
Oh.
someone might be
It
up, so
almost
they
like
put
it did.
two rubber ducks on the ground. Quack, 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 quack.
So,
Oh.
Roderick, to the best of your ability, you move slowly, stealthily, and calmly towards the horses.
Mm-hmm.
What's the game plan?
The boot spurs.
Right. He's going to go over and the plan is to unstake them and wait.
Okay.
Steal.
Mm-hmm.
As you approach these horses, you see them like eerily as you're walking up to them turn and look at you. And like as you're walking, you're seeing their eyes are following you.
He freezes. Looks slowly back at Desmond. He's like giving that, are you seeing this shit?
This is so funny because you can't see any expression. You just see the mask staring at you.
It's just
Right.
Slowly nod if you fucking understand me.
Right.
Like his head just slowly.
I'm sure Desmond does a lot of body language to make up for the lack of facial expression.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna look back at the horses, take another couple steps.
And they're just
Now, how's the animal handling roll is the real question. They may know you're there. Do they like that?
So
Or you gonna get kicked?
The horse
after those-
whispers in your ear, "What are you doing?"
yeah.
hey, bruh. All right, man.
He's going to, with those next two steps and them still following him, he starts stepping backwards in the same tracks he just made, all the way back to Desmond. Like
The horse closest to you, it does like a bit of a whinny, and it like stomps its hoof right when you start walking backwards.
Shit. So, am I getting the the suspicion that it might get a little rowdy?
I would say that you're definitely under the impression that I would say Roderick fairly comfortably does not want to go near these horses at this point.
Yeah, he's
stomp
gonna
your shit in.
continue to walk backwards all the way back to Desmond, and he's like, "Okay, we need another plan."
We may not have a druid, but we know damn well that horse said, "That's right, back away."
Like, all right, that's fucked up.
Okay. We're probably not gonna be able to ride them away.
I don't think so either.
I'm gonna confirm if it's the same type of magic, the same monochrome, then we can just continue our walk to Durian. They're sleeping right now, right?
I hope so.
How many did we see, Cliff?
There are 6 horses out there.
God damn.
And that means that there were 12 eyes on Roderick.
Are they still staring at us?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, great.
Whispering to one another.
The nerve of some people.
Do you have any, what is it? Alchemist fire?
I can make a fire.
I mean, because we
We just got to burn these fucking horses. I don't know what else to do now.
we go fireball these motherfuckers.
You see,
I got another plan.
I'm trying my best to keep composure here because my brain just goes, "Fire in the horse!"
we burn those damn horses. We burn the tent or both. I don't care.
Like, Desmond, you set fire to the tent. I'll take out the horse.
I'm like, what?
Meanwhile, Nell and Thrainer trying to not have a asthma attack while we're just like, we start running again in 5 seconds. What? 2.
We sprint to the rock. We walk for 5 seconds. We sprint again.
Passing the inhaler back and forth.
I don't have anything in my herbalism kit to help this.
I got nothing. This
Running
is
stupid.
just torture.
How long until Nell and Thrainer arrive? Are we there within the 10 minutes of Desmond's ritual?
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to think of, like, even if someone were running as fast as they possibly could, like, how far you would actually get if you were both, like, heading the same way. So I think it's fair to say that when the 10 minutes is up, you guys will be in eyesight at least, right? So you'll be able to see one another.
Here from the distance.
We're just there fucking ragged.
You just hear.
I didn't know you knew Windwall. This is the most color we've seen in Thrain's cheeks yet.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing Desmond and Roderick still is just going to alert Nell to just quickly kind of like get into a more stealthy position and like catch their breath while they're preparing to, I don't know what happens next here, and make their way over to Roderick and Desmond.
I'll jingle over there.
Jingle over.
Jingle.
Oh, the scale mill just jingling as I walk over.
He's done running. He's just waddling now at this point. Well, as soon as the ritual's finished and I can detect magic, I'm gonna try to get close to the tent.
Why? Why two? Did I unintentionally? Oh no, it's disadvantage. Ha.
Yep. Also,
10.
I don't know if this is. Oh, it's doing it already. Wait.
Yeah, it's doing my D4.
What the fuck is a P4?
Purple.
D4.
It's R20 P4. Okay. Thrain, go ahead and give me a stealth roll too, I guess, if you're trying to be sneaky.
Sure.
Otherwise, Thrain's running up like, oh, Lord! Help me!
Almighty Lord.
You guys, ching, 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 ching. What are you guys doing? Fuck, I ran all the way from over there!
Shut the fuck up.
Slipping into a coughing fit. Hard to be stealthy when your lungs are seizing.
All right. So, Desmond, as you finish your ritual, you look in the direction, and the tent is a solid structure of evocation magic.
Okay. As long as it's not 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt, I should be able to tell if there's anything inside of it as well.
I disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, as you're seeing this, you are seeing a structure of solid magic. Give me a Arcana roll or a investigation if you want to actually go look at it.
We're killing it.
You don't understand why, but like this tent is just made of pure magic.
Nell will use their divine sense at this point, once they're within the 60 feet, to see if they can tell the good and the evil and the celestial and the fiend and all that bullshit.
You get a strange sensation that the horses are fiendish, and you detect no other presence.
Nell's just gonna continue to stealthily make their way over to Roderick and Desmond as soon as they're close. Like, those horses are fiends. And she's just staring at them. They're like,
Roderick looks over Nell. Mm-hmm.
Adorable.
Tell me some shit I don't know.
They're all I'm detecting, though. I don't. Where are the riders?
Inside the tent from all what we configure.
Hmm. Looking at this tent, are there any symbols on it?
No, it's a
Just a burgundy tent. Got
it's
it.
a dark burgundy material.
And is dark burgundy like the color of any specific religion or nation that I would know of?
Nothing about this is giving off any sort of indicators to you that you would think it was of a religious faction.
Ooh, don't want to be doing that.
Desmond will make his way back to the group. Their tent is magical. It's
could be-
evocation, so I'm not able to peer inside like I would usually be able to.
Perhaps it's stopping my divine sense as well. By gods. So what? Do we just stay out here and wait for them to leave? And figure it out from there? The sun is already rising, and I told my mother to wait until sunrise. I didn't think it would take us this long to catch up with them, or that they would ride all evening.
Or perhaps we go and give them a wake-up call before they're ready for it. That may be the only advantage we get.
About how far away from Durian do we know? Anyone know?
You're probably about 6 hours on foot.
With a deep sigh, Nell's just gonna be like, I can go in first to see if I can see anything more, if you'd like. And where are skills and abilities at I'm looking for? There are too many things. Where shape shadow? Actions. Found.
Before
So,
you
I don't know
go,
if you need to do that. Like, it doesn't really cast anything, does it?
I mean, minor illusion, stuff like that. And so, also things like silent image and disguise self. But the shadows will warp around them for a disguise self to look just any random individual, just, I don't know, some human man.
Okay.
And from there, they will go to stealth in to see what they can see, while also, not being themselves, unless
before
anybody
you go,
spots them. Yeah.
I'm going to reach out, touch you, and cast protection from good and evil. As soon as not what I want. This one.
Thank you, Thrain.
Go like this. See if this works how it should.
Are you casting protection from good and evil, or protection from evil and good?
Evil and good.
Okay, just making sure which one we were talking about here. I've always said good and evil too. I didn't
Cool.
realize it was evil and good until just now.
Cool, it did work.
Also, while we got a second here, Drake Takes, thanks for the raid again. Welcome everybody in. Yeah, we could have some fun here. All right, so
Should I mark
disadvantage
that
attack rolls
off?
against target also be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. Target is already charmed, frightened, or possessed. Such a creature, target has an advantage at any saving throw against it. Cool. Okay. Okay. So
Like that.
Oh, I already had it pulled open, but thank you. Okay, so what's the game plan now? Are you walking just straight up to the front flap, opening it up, and saying, "Hey, ya boys"?
No, their intention is to see if they can slip in, and once inside, they would be able to detect the, like, use divine sense to figure it all out. And if it's for sure looking like it's gonna be the baddies, then whoever looks like they're in charge, if I have stealthed properly enough, is just going to, be attacked in their sleep.
Okay. All right, go ahead and give me a stealth roll. Do you get any advantages or anything like that?
No,
Okay.
just the disadvantage from my armor.
Yep. And then your D4.
But I get my D4.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead and roll that, please.
Oh,
Perfect. Perfect. You guys are so stealthy. Can I have another D20, please?
Diof. And just fucking trip and fall. Everything's fine. But at least I'm not Nell. I don't look like Nell. It's totally less embarrassing because I don't look like myself.
So as you start sort of walking slowly, stealthily as you can, towards the tent, you get about 10 feet from the entrance, and the horse nearest to you whinnies, bucks up, and starts
Fucking horses.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to take this moment to point out I don't think Nell's total HP is accurate. For no reason in particular.
Oh, we still didn't level Megan up.
That would make sense.
It would. We'll go ahead and level Nell up real quick.
Woo! Doesn't really change much, I don't think, going to level 2 Paladin anyways. Yeah.
But it did give you Divine Smite, so that's cool.
Hell yeah.
I don't know why, but that could be something useful.
It might be very, very soon be something that could be important.
Okay. So, horse whinnies, bucks up, stomps. What's Nell do?
Minor illusion. There's a snake by the horses, so if the people come out, they just are like, "Oh yes, that is why the snake spook," I mean, that why the horse is freaking the fuck out.
That snake is so scared.
I mean, these are fiendish horses, so perhaps they are not afraid of a serpent, but real horses do not take kindly.
So, how many times can you use minor illusion? Is it once per proficiency bonus?
Here's my actions. So, I have disguise self right now.
Ah, got you.
And
Okay, so you did. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then I did minor illusion. So those are two
Understood.
separates.
Understood.
But that's once per long rest.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, so you do that. So what are you doing about yourself? Are you still same plan?
At this point, it's going to be position myself to see as these people are going to potentially be leaving to see what the fuck is up with their horse.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not in the direct line of sight, so I can get that divine sense off and then figure out what to do from there.
Okay, so you're trying to like get an angle, and like try to crouch down somewhere to like see the entrance.
Yes.
Okay. So the horse starts making all kinds of noises. You cast the illusion of the snake down, get to a vantage point, and you crouch and wait. And my assumption on this, and correct me if I'm wrong, the rest of you found like a rock or some shit to like hide behind. Like I don't assume you're just like chilling there like.
These motherfuckers are Scooby-Dooed behind a tree. All of their heads just out to the side. You see nothing else.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure my assumption
Somehow
was right.
Thrain's on top.
So after about 45 seconds, a minute later, nothing. You don't see anyone come out.
No one's coming out. Nell's going in.
Okay. You walk up to it, and as you attempt to pull back the opening to it and walk inside, you feel a magic barrier that prevents you from walking in.
Pick up a stick. Go to throw it at it. Does it bounce off or go through?
The stick hits the tent and falls onto the dirt, and you hear one of the horses.
Yourself, she whispers at the horse.
As you do that, all 6 of the horses snap their eyes to you.
Like a Roderick elbows Desmond.
What's wrong with those horses, man?
Just doing that fucking thing again.
All right. At that point, these are fiend horses. I've used all of those things.
How close to the tent are you? Are you still like right out front of it, like
Basically,
in the opening?
They'd have started making their way back towards the others, not in a direct line, but like to like go around to them without being like, oh, if somebody walks out right now and sees them walking away, they'll see that they're walking towards their buddies as well.
Okay. Yeah. So you can duck back around, and you two now notice that wherever you're walking, those horses are just staring at you.
Creepy. I didn't mean to do that.
They're fighting the horses. Oh no! Put them up.
I went to press the I was a little too far off to the side and just clicked the button itself, and it was just like, boop, effect.
I'm gonna go ahead and remove that effect from you.
Okay.
Unless you want to keep it on. Yeah, so Nell makes their way back, and you all seen the whole thing play out.
So what
So?
now?
Well, you can't go in. It's literally a barrier. And they didn't come out for their horses being disturbed, so I'm beginning to question whether or not they're actually here.
Could it be a type of thing where they can't come out? It's like you can't go in?
Could be some kind
Megan
of
is trying not to meta.
Give me an Arcana roll.
I'm not huge on magic.
Look over to Desmond. You know anything about it?
not this in particular one. If it's some kind of pocket reality, the same as a bag of holding, we may be way in over our heads.
I was just trying to use my mouse to click the mute button on my physical mic, which is in reality, so therefore I could not get the mouse to center on the button because there's not a screen there. I'm fine.
Keep trying, buddy. You'll get there.
I've only had one twisted tea. This doesn't make sense. We're definitely over our heads.
I don't want to necessarily wait because of your mom. She's gonna get worried.
More than that, we told her sunrise, and well,
Yeah, that. I mean, we can always let her know via Quillwise if she makes it there, when she makes it there.
I mean, we just have to make haste when heading back to her. But this does not seem like any form of a fight we could win, even if this was the culprit.
Do we let Durian know?
Yes,
Yeah.
however, if we could still just take off and keep going while they're rested, because if we go now, we have a high chance of beating them there and informing the guards an attack is coming.
In a way, haven't we already done that? The paladins have been informed to be on high alert for Fiend. These horses are Fiend and will pick up immediately when they get near enough.
But we didn't have a face, we didn't have a description. Now we do.
Do we?
We have numbers and everything that we need to let them know of what's coming.
But it's also the fact of we've been running all night.
I don't think we could make it an additional 6 hours of fast traveling without breaking.
Is there do we see anyone like off in the distance on the path towards Durian?
Oh yeah, there's
Like,
still
actively
there's
traveling?
still there's still people that are traveling.
Any on horseback?
Most.
And Desmond's like looking off at the path. We can send a message.
Yeah.
Most folks won't continue to ride in when we were to give them this message to pass on. They'd be more likely to turn tail.
Correct.
Do you think we could hitch a ride with any of them? Like a group of them?
That is something that's possible.
But also, depending on how much they value the horse at, there's a chance we could buy one and ride.
We need, what, 2?
I don't know.
If we wanted to make the horses suffer? And if they are willing to walk, we're buying the horses from. Because I know I'm starting to run low on money.
Look, they're going to be coming in to get to this grand opening. We just pose like we're, excited followers of this new religion, and they'll say, "Hey, come on, buddy, let's go." Fellow believer or whatever the hell.
Nell's looking back and forth from the path to Durian and where their mother waits.
So we definitely let Quillwise know what's going on. Maybe he can send a party with some people to collect your mother halfway.
And let's just talk to Cool Eyes about this whole scenario. Maybe he has an idea. Oh my god, what? We are so stupid. Oh, there's this big magic thing. I don't know what the big magic thing is. Gee, if only any of us knew about big, powerful magic.
How far away from the tent are you all having this discussion?
This is more of a hushed conversation than Megan knows how to do over speed.
No. I'm not saying for that. I'm just saying, like, for my own reference. Like, how far away from the tent did you all move?
20, 25 feet? I don't know. I'm bad at judging distance visually, so I have a visual reference for what Megan believes, but I do not actually know how far that distance is.
About 50 meters.
You're 150 feet away from the tent?
50.
You said 50 meters.
Mm-hmm.
That's 150 feet.
Oh, I thought you said 150 meters.
No, so you're 150 feet away from the tent?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got 25 and we got 150. Anybody else want to chime in on a middle ground here or agree on
Just
the...
go 75 at this point. Come on.
I would say somewhere around there with where Sin was saying. Just so we would back off knowing that we can't get in there. There's nothing we can do to get in there that we're capable of.
Okay. Did you all move after Nell got back where you were? Or were you guys 150 feet away watching Nell? If something were to happen, you were that far away, you couldn't have done shit for fucking 3 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm assuming Nell caught back up with them maybe at that 25 feet mark, and we just continued moving, having hushed discussion, while keeping an eye over our shoulders at the demon horses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We pull out the sending stone, get talk to Quillwise.
Okay.
I don't know who has it at this point.
I think Roderick carries it.
Okay.
Yep. He hands it over.
Quill, why is you there?
Yes. Are you all still sightseeing in Durian, or are you on your way back?
Neither.
What?
We've come into a little issue. Let Roderick, if you want to explain, you're the one that saw everything.
Uh, the we came across some riders heading in to Durian past us. Approximately 6 of them. The leader had that weird magic that we were talking about last time with the creature, the demon.
Woodrow?
Veadril.
Yes. They are stopped now, and their horses appear to be of some demonic nature as well. But they seem to be on a path directly into Durian once they are done resting. And we need to know if we have any other options to warn them of this impending threat.
Well, if they're resting now, then one could assume that they plan on traveling at night.
Yes, we tailed them all through the night.
So you either need to make a move on them while they sleep, or find a way back to Durian and prepare for their arrival.
The tent is
Their
magical
yeah.
in nature. Desmond, you said that was evocation magic?
Yes.
It's a barrier. I attempted to go into the tent, and it just stopped.
Something far beyond our range of power.
No, that's a trinket. Any hack that does street magic for coin could cast a tiny hut.
How do we get around it?
You don't really. You either wait for them to come in, or to come out, or wait for them to invite you in.
Like a bunch of vampires.
Something like that.
I believe you are overestimating our power. None of us are anywhere near capable of casting something of that level.
True as that may be, there's no guarantee that theirs is not beyond the mere teachings that you would normally learn. Not to mention, how many were there?
Six?
Is there 6?
At least there's 6 horses.
You've fought worse odds.
You definitely came out worse too.
I'm not sending my friends in there to die, Quillwise.
Then don't.
Odds are, if one of them is on this level of power, there may be more of greater power.
Then you need to focus on how you can slow them down. Just because you can't get in doesn't mean you can't set up a trap on the outside. Just be cautious, because if that is a tiny hut, they likely can see you straight through it. You can't see in, but they can see out.
Oh, great. They're just probably sitting there watching, chuckling at us as we circle as if we're trying to get in. Try to get in, fail. Seeing their horses stomp and whinny at us and not come out, not stir because they know they're perfectly safe in there.
Well, the good news is, you're not dealing with more than 9 of them.
And
That's good. You know your numbers. It's less than 9.
yes, and that's great to face against 4. With my mother up ahead and potentially waiting. She might leave without us. I had told her if we're not back by sunrise to...
Has the sun risen already?
Sun has risen.
I must sleep.
If we don't catch up with her, my mother is on the way. I don't know if you could convince someone intruded to maybe look for her. Come ride halfway. I don't know.
I already
I'm
said
worried about
we
her.
were prepared for that. We can make that arrangement.
Yes, please.
If you all are concerned with the numbers or with the power of the foe that you face, use the daytime to travel, get to Durian and prepare the guards, prepare to fight. You can stop them before they have the ability to create the Barradrill.
And if they use people that are along the way,
But based on how quickly the Barradrill burned out last time, it would have to be right outside the gates for it to matter. If they're coming there, there's no coincidence at this point of its timing. They're not coming there to grab some commoner on the street. You have the opportunity to build your defenses and intercept them as they come. Will it be easy? No. Is there a potential that you will die doing it? Yes. But that's no different than any other job that you took while wearing the crest that you wear.
it is the eclipsing way. For the people. For peace.
We were formed first and foremost to protect Arrakis from otherworldly threats. This is about as otherworldly as it comes. I understand you are afraid, but use that fear. Use that fear to bolster your strength.
Thank you, Cole.
You think they would come out if we started attacking their horses?
I think that that's an option.
Desmond places
Not-
a hand on Thrain's shoulder.
Not
We're not fighting.
No, I'm not saying to fight them. I'm saying, is it likely that they will come out? Because if it's not likely that they will, then we can slow them down. But if they are likely to come out, then we just push on without changing
Those
anything.
are not normal horses, Thrain. And we don't know what sort of abilities they have.
If the
Okay.
horses are fiendish as you say, are their manes of fire? If not, they're Duskdales. They haven't quite fully metamorphosized into nightmares.
What does that mean for us?
I wouldn't fight them if I didn't have to.
Understood.
So weaker than they could be, but still bad.
That a normal horse kicking you hurts.
These things are clearly smart. They look right at you when you're near them. All of them just stare and watch you.
They also judge you.
I could feel that.
Yes.
If you can, do something to slow them down. But my best advice would be get to Durian before them. Get the guards ready. And then fight. If this was a different circumstance where you had the advantage on sneaking up on them while they sleep, I would say do it now.
But the hut prevents that.
Okay.
And so
Off to Durian, I guess.
off we go.
Are we done with the sending stone at this point?
Thank
Yeah,
you
I
again,
believe so.
Coolwise. Yeah. Say your goodbyes.
After the sending stone turns off, Desmond will look to the rest of the group. I normally listen to Quillwise and take his advice, but he is overestimating us and misjudging our power based off of the old Eclipsean Order strength. The Durian army, the guards, might be able to stop these people. They should be able to stop these people, but us in a fight isn't going to make a difference. We
just
promised your mom we would get her to Truden. It only takes one of us to inform the Durian guards.
And what, you want to split us up?
All of you should continue escorting your mom like we told her that we would. These roads are not safe, and it'll take a few days for any transportation Quillwise gets settled to reach your mother. I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone, and I know you wouldn't either.
I don't feel comfortable splitting up the party that much. 2 by 2, maybe. But 3 to 1, no.
3 to 1 only works if one of us is walking into the safe direction. Or safer, rather.
It'll also be a lot easier for me to get a ride with someone passing by if I'm alone rather than trying to get multiple people to agree.
I'll go back to my mother. You 3 go and prepare for a fight.
I am not sending any of you off to this fight.
And we're not sending you. Desmond, what makes you think you are any less important than the rest of us that you can go and potentially sacrifice yourself?
I know you've all seen me. I have a little bit of leeway here with the guards. They will take my word and get this situation settled. And like
When
I
we
said,
get
it
there-
only takes one of us to inform them.
However, that's not the eclipsing way. It's either all of us or none of us, usually.
uh, Cliff, how far from the path into Durian are we? Well, is this camp like? Is the camp in visual range from the road?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the camp itself is only like maybe 50 or so feet off the road.
I might have another idea. This will kind of depend on your paladin nature now and your status is in the Eclipsean Order. But we might have to get you to flag someone down who is willing to essentially quote unquote be deputized by us to help us in getting to Durian. No questions asked, so to speak. The rest of us, if you can give us the thumbs up that we've got someone who's willing to do that, we take out as many of their horses as possible and then run to hitch a ride with them to ride into Durian. I know it's a long shot, but whether they are summoning these horses or if this is the only ones that they have, that works for us either way. Because I'm not certain, but I would imagine conjuring an intelligent beast like that takes some time, yes?
Shrug.
I wouldn't know, but as Quillwise was saying, even he wouldn't want to fight one. We have 6.
I don't think it will take some time to get a full set of mounts back, but we don't have the power to take out all of these creatures in one swoop. And even standing here at this range, I can still reach this camp with some of my spells.
But
we wouldn't have a chance to get away with some of their spells if they have the capability. And if they're casting spells at this level, all it's going to take is one hit and there's nothing we're going to be able to do.
Not
Let's
necessarily
start moving.
take them out, but spook them. Beasts, whether intelligent or not, fear fire.
Quillwise asked whether their flames were inflamed, which means these are going to grow into creatures that literally sprout flames. I don't think they're going to be afraid of fire.
Okay. Then we need to hitch a ride and just get going as fast as possible then.
Exactly. And mind you,
it'll be a lot
only
easier
Shoreline-
if only one of us needs to make that journey.
Stop being stubborn, guys.
Like Thorane said, we stick together. We're all that's left. We can't afford to be separated. Before, maybe. Now, no. We're all that's left.
Nella's making their way to the street to attempt to flag down anybody with horses or a carriage.
Sure. Are you looking specifically for a carriage or anybody?
A carriage would be preferred because it can carry all of us.
Sure. Give me a D10.
And I don't think we are wearing our tabards or anything that says
At this
Eclipsing
point,
Order.
we are attempting to use our Eclipseanness to...
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the idea was, hell, you're a paladin in Eclipsean Order. Use your things to get us in there. Get somebody to help us. So,
Okay.
yeah, it would only make sense that at this point we are eclipsing up.
So it'll take about 10 minutes for a carriage to pass by.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, once one does, you flag it down, and it's a Tabaxian couple in the carriage, and they're like, "Is there something the matter?"
Hello, I am Nell of the Eclipsean Order, Paladin. I was wondering. Wow, that really did not sound good, Megan. That was not good, Megan. Words. Hello, my name is Nell, a Paladin of the Eclipsean Order. We are looking for passage into the city as fast as possible. We have information that we believe is pertinent to share with the guards.
Give me a persuasion roll, please.
Oof. That's still good. That's still good.
It's still real good, but it was like 20? No.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I hate when it does that.
And they're like, "We're not from around here, and we're unfamiliar with this Eclipsean order, but if there's some sort of danger that you need to get to Durian, but that's where we're headed, we'll be happy to let you hitch a ride."
Thank you very much. I appreciate your kindness.
By all means, come in.
Yep. She gestures for the boys to join her.
Yep.
Oh, there's 4 of you. Okay.
I mean,
Come on, kids.
I thought it was pretty clear that we were all together.
Well, you said you walked away to go do it, so in my mind, they were
Oh.
still over there arguing about splitting up, and then Nell was just like, "Fuck this, we're gonna go get a ride."
I mean, I felt like after 10 minutes they would have just made their way closer.
That's fair. Yeah. So, yeah, they let you in, and your cart picks back up, and they're like sitting there staring at Desmond. Like,
That's the usual reaction we get.
so does whatever message you need to deliver have something to do with this one?
Oh, no, he's just another member of the Order. We are defenders of the people. Peacekeepers, if you will.
So why?
He's foreign.
He ain't from around here.
That's all Nell can think to say is like, just let him be weird. Gosh.
We came from Ozo for the ceremony, and I don't think that we've come across anyone in an outfit similar to this. Your silence is making this less awkward. Thank you.
I'm looking for a map.
Ed's
Do
just
we,
Looking for a map.
do we not have
Ed is like-
access to the Aragus map anymore?
No.
Oh, you
That
should.
doesn't like Hey, cool.
Yes, if you press images, there's one that's labeled Argus.
I just reshared it.
Okay.
I don't know why it was unshared, but yeah.
Oh. Where were you from again? Did you say?
Niratima.
Okay.
So they wear masks all the time in Niratima?
Just my order. Desmond like slowly looks over at the the driver.
So, when do you take it off?
Today, probably. Nell's just trying to get them to like loosen up because they seem very tense about the whole thing.
I haven't
Hopefully.
removed it in 10 months.
At
He
all?
looks back.
You mean in front of others, right? At this point, Nell's concerned. Like, are you just stanky?
Correct.
Excuse my prying on this, but I would think that you would smell much worse than you do.
Oh, no, I am very big on cleanliness. But I also magically clean myself to make sure I am 100% thorough.
It's fascinating.
He's not joking about the cleanliness. He puts gloves over the gloves he's wearing sometimes to make sure he's definitely not touching the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I take it that the three of you are not from Maniratima.
No, I actually was born and raised in Durian.
I was born on the northern part of the continent.
Yep, same.
Do you find people often take disrespect to you not removing your mask?
Quite often.
Where we hail from, staying masked like that at all times would be a great sign of disrespect.
I hope I have not done anything to disrespect or offend you.
Me, no. I try to be mindful of other experiences. We are not the most well-traveled. Coming all the way to Amethil for an event like this is quite out of the ordinary for us.
And what has drawn you from Ozo to come to this?
He just slowly turns and looks at his wife. We decided to take more trips.
And what was it about the Church of Durian that made you want to come? How did you even hear about this event?
Well, we attend a quite large church in our own area, and the speaker within our church also will be here, and they are the ones that told us and our entire congregation about this. Luckily, we had the means to make the trip. Not many did. But I was assured that this will be quite the experience.
That I'm sure it will be. There's lots to see in the city, and the church is very beautiful.
I've heard many things about this land.
Whenever anyone's not actively talking to Desmond, he's looking back, seeing if he can see the group of them riding forward.
any time that you were within eyeshot of that camp, you never seen any movement or anything. And
Again,
yeah,
we truly appreciate your help. We have been walking for quite some time, unfortunately.
these roads I have found are long, and seeing other than wildlife sight seems to be few and far between on these trails.
That's correct. The cities and towns are rather spread out on Amethil.
It is a beautiful land.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Everything from the shores of Sea Bluff down to the Dragon Sands, there's always something different to see. We have most every terrain that you can think of here. And we're one of the smaller continents, so it's quite the surprise.
Yes, we purchased a map prior to our journey here, and have been debating whether or not we want to do further sightseeing later on after this reopening of the church.
I'm not sure how recent your map is, but I will tell you not to go north of Bell's Hope into the region closer to the Towering Wilds, as Dracarius seems to have disappeared within the past 50-ish years, and now lays a crater to the hells, to put it lightly.
Figuratively or literally?
Unfortunately, quite literally. Just part of the many terrains that I was speaking of, unfortunately.
He like pulls out a map of Amethil, and it still has Dracarius on
Dracarius
it.
on there? Oof!
He's like, is there any other pit to the hells that we need to worry about in our travel?
No, not exactly.
I would. Elm Hollow doesn't.
Not that it was much to begin with.
Doesn't
No.
exist
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah,
Doesn't
Elm Hollow-
exist anymore.
Yeah, that's unfortunately not there as well. Just-
he turns and looks at his
don't-
wife, and he's like, I will have to have words with Fragrant Fang upon my return. A map that's missing features such as this, I should not have paid full price for.
Mel's going to reach into their pack and like grab out a quill, if I may. She just like kind of grabs the map from him.
Give me a survival roll. Let's see how much Nell remembers in the moment to be able to write on there outside of like, okay.
The major things. Got it.
Yeah, the major things, you got that.
Yeah. Elm Hollow, don't do it. North of Barrel's Hope, no. That's about it.
Big no.
Just
No.
purple. A good area, and it's just like, no.
Just get the map, poke a hole.
And now it's accurate.
He holds it up and just looks at you through the hole. Oh.
That's a big pit to the hells. Uh-huh. A whole city.
Come on.
Welcome to Amethil.
This
We
is
get the
why
fuck out of
you're
here.
not the tour guide.
Listen, just because I give fair warning doesn't mean I'm trying to sell the place.
All good. I'm not
Well,
saying I'm
we
a
are
good tour guide
already
either.
here.
Hmm?
So, well, we are already here.
Indeed.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, he's gonna keep talking to you.
Yeah, there's just probably going to be chatter the whole time. Nell's just doing their best to like keep up the small talk while Roderick's staring into the void like everything's falling apart, and he's trying to keep the confidence of this reflection self, and Desmond's just like, them horses coming? Thrain and Nell are doing their best to keep these tabaxis calm and not have them panic that they are basically giving the cops a ride.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, we got an important message to give the guards in this city you're going to.
Yeah. Let's see Roderick all tearing up, like,
He's just there like,
is your friend all right? He's fine. He's just in his head.
Everything's good.
Like one of the horses side-eyed him when he climbed in.
Yeah, he's gonna actually pull out one of his swords and just kind of look into the blade, trying to hit the light just right. He's like, "If you're still in there, I'm gonna need your help for whatever's to come, man."
Your reflection's just like,
I got you.
Nell at this point is telling the tales of like back in the prime of King Vardrock, or tales of the Eclipsean Order and adventures they have been on together and stuff like that. Just like, you know, just talking about the whole recent history of the change in command and what it's been like since Vardrock's left, and the Eclipsean Order has been keeping the people from having bad shit happen.
I like it. They
Like only the good parts where things are like, oh wow, that's so cool, interesting.
yeah, I mean, so like they're you know waiting on bated breath. Like you could tell that they're really engaged with the storytelling moments of it, and like you get the sense that like Amethil itself is like a big fairy tale to them, and you're sort of just validating all of the things that they thought that they were going to come across when they got here.
Yes, like how Dracarius actually technically always had a pit to the hells, but it was much smaller, and we would just throw in the bad guys.
And who determined if they were bad?
Well, I mean, that's kind of how you figure out criminals, like, you know, judgment and all that. Although sometimes the king just threw people down there who were really disagreeing with him inside of a war room.
I heard stories of Vardrock's temper. We hoped to potentially see him. It's a shame that that will not be the case.
I hope someday you can see him. There are many
I
of
don't
us who
think
are
we will
hopeful
be
for his
moving here
return.
anytime soon. With the whole pit to the hells.
Yes, I understand that. But it's more me continuing to have hope that someday he will return and be able to help all of this.
If that were to happen while we were still here, we would be most fortunate. I hope to see the desert environment and get out of this cold for a while. And after, like, 3 or so hours of nonstop conversation with this couple.
Because clearly they don't know how to shut up, and Nell and Thrain are just there passing the conversation back and forth like, charisma,
Mm-hmm.
we're the ones with it.
Roderick gets out. God, I'm exhausted from all that conversation.
Please. John's sitting there like this is too much small talk and all of it's theoretical, and I hate it.
After the ride, you hear the driver announce that you're approaching Durian, and the guards stop, and the guards stop the carriage, and the door opens up, and you see one of the Durian guards, and
we hop out.
Yeah, I mean he
Yep,
basically
we're gonna
like,
hop out.
He's like, yeah, just stay seated. There's no need to get out. Can I see all of your invitations, please?
I'll step out anyway. And can I speak to one of you?
Are you like saying anything, or are you just like stepping out after he told you not to?
It's like, I'll say, can I speak to one of you? As I try to step out.
You're free to speak here. He's just looking at you right now.
At least the 4 are here on official business, and we request to speak with the Baron immediately.
Or head guard.
Or head guard.
On what ground?
Public safety.
Nell's trying not to like freak out the tabaxi, hoping they're not truly listening, and she just kind of says under breath, "We have reason to believe there's an attack coming."
The tabaxi's like, how exciting. They're like, okay, before you step out, and then he flags over another one of the guards, and he instructs them to help the 2 in the car, in the cart, and he walks up with the 4 of you. Please fill me in on any information that you have. What sort of attack is coming?
Have the guards been informed by the Baron or the church about the potential coming of fiends to this? As we were told they would.
We were given general instructions on it, yes, but nothing specific.
They're coming.
How many? How much time do we have?
It appears that they're traveling at night, from what we could tell, as they made camp as the sun rised, and they had not moved by the time we were able to get assistance from these fine folk. There were 6 riders on, what did you call them? Dusk somethings. Megan's not remembering.
Duskdales.
Yeah. 6 riders upon Duskdales. But they're not just any riders, not just any fiends. They're able to create a creature called a Beadrill by stuffing the souls of devout believers of any faith into another vessel to create a monster that is willing and able to destroy anything in its path within seconds. We need to prevent them from making this.
Okay, I'll alert the guard captain and the Baron, and we still have a few hours before sunset. Are you confident that they won't be riding until night?
We cannot be sure, but it is our current hunch.
I will gather some scry. They'll be able to see what you can see. And
They were inside of, I believe it was a tiny hut at the moment, so I'm not sure how well will you be able to see in on them if you were trying to scry on the riders themselves.
well, through the hut, maybe not, but if they're on the move, we should be able to. And he goes and gets the guard captain and the baron, and there's a couple paladin and a high level cleric there. And basically they're just trying to get all the details they can from you guys. Is there anything that you plan on leaving out of it, or are you going to be telling them everything that's coming?
I mean, we're still leaving out the whole, death of the majority of the Eclipsean Order thing.
Okay.
Yep.
But everything else, we'll let them know what's on the way.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then one of the questions you'll get is, A, is the rest of the Eclipsean Order en route?
Unfortunately, no. We split forces so that we could warn all the factions of this creature that someone or something was creating, and as we had no idea when they were planning on doing again or what they were using it for, all we knew is that they used Elm Hollow as their testing grounds, and unfortunately we were not on time to do anything about that, so we split up to try to cover as much ground as possible and warn as many as we could. It was only us four who were able to come to Dorian to give warning, and then when we were leaving, we saw these individuals and knew we had to come back.
All right. Thank you for the information. We will have the scries keep a lookout, and we will build our defenses. I assume that you all will take arms with us when they arrive?
Yes.
Yes.
Without a doubt.
Then he goes over and he talks in private with one of the paladin, and he says, we'll have men posted up on all of the entrances to the city, and when we see them making a move, that's when we'll strike. We'll keep them outside the gates if possible. Also, please try to stay close and only communicate this with people who need to hear it.
Of course, we're not trying to cause a panic.
You may have already unintentionally caused a minor issue, your friend here at least.
Oh?
There was talk around town of someone dressed in a plague doctor outfit, bearing resemblance to your friend here, that caused a little bit of worry, but we managed to quell most of the rumors.
Well, I'm glad it's under control then.
So, if you all can stay close to here, we limit any outside eyes potentially gaining worry, and hopefully we'll be able to tame this threat before anyone in the city is wiser.
If I could request someplace to sleep.
Exactly what I was thinking, Thurin. We need to get some rest as we've been riding all night. Well,
Yeah,
running
of course.
for the most
And
part.
you're welcome to. You're welcome to take shelter in the guard barracks. And with you all coming from the northern entrance of Durian, the guard barracks are right there to the left. Now you would know this area very fondly because it's like a stone's throw from your old neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he shows you the guard barracks, says, "We'll alert you when they're coming."
Just remember, if you see them gathering and performing anything that remotely looks like a ritual, which will be probably just outside the gates, do whatever you can to stop them as fast as possible.
We have ballistas ready. We have ranged guards. And we have Paladin. We'll throw everything that we can at them.
Alright.
May the gods be with us.
As soon as we get in there and as soon as my head hits the pillow, I'm done.
Trance.
Yeah, so you guys go in there. You hear the door shut, and at this moment, you are the only four inside of these guard barracks. And that's where we'll end it after the night. I think that Adam was RPing a little bit too well, so I think that need to let him go to bed for reals.
Good night, buddy.
So yeah. So I guess we'll find out what happens next week. On that note,
they've locked us in this barrack.
Right, this is actually their jail.
these are really nice cells. On that note, I think that tonight I will raid out. I typically don't, because around this time is when everybody else is already done, and when I raid out, they're already done. But we'll do different this time. Who are we going to raid out to?
I cannot wait to be back at home with 4 monitors for this again.
What is using a laptop just not nearly as good? You don't have the screen economy?
I miss having a mouse where I can move the map.
Oh.
I'm using a touchpad where I have to zoom in and out on where I want to look.
I mean, it is a touch screen though. You probably could have
No, it just places markers.
Boo!
Oh, I see one of those.
Yeah, if you're looking at the map of Durian, this is what Choose Fingers does.
Wop,
Your
wop.
fingers.
Yeah, I see one of those pop up earlier. I was like, what's that?
Yeah.
You guys, you're never gonna guess, but I was scrolling through and I was like, damn, that's a nice layout.
It's up.
It was us. We're gonna raid out to it's Tyler. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Stay for the raid. Throw some emotes in. Show some support. We'll be back next week, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, for episode 6 of Adventures from Amethil. Good night.
My yawn was in screen for that.
Yep, it was.
Yes, it was.
Also, audio's still on, so.
Perfect.